Don't you feel like you've just lost your way? Oh, we're always watching over you. Teams are kept in a secret place. Cradles rocking with love. Sometimes a piece of our dreams have fallen off. Together we can make everything right. Just like angels with burning hearts, we'll face the risk of our lives. Side of night, I cheer to embrace the magic melody from the distance. Can you hear it? Like the song of an angel with a tear in her eye, with an affection for her guardian. Side of night, I cheer to embrace the magic, starting an adventure for our future. We are all hoping for, setting out to lead us to the new universe, shining through the starry night. We'll always stay by your side. Nights under a soft moonlight, fly high with grace and pride. We're gonna make it right. For this dream of ours we must try. Keep this hope of us alive. Just do it, just Burning Rangers. To the brand new sky we dive. Wings we have are shining wide. Aquamarine colored sky, fly high with grace and pride. We're gonna make it right. Dream of people we're powered by, running at the speed of light. Just do it, just Burning Rangers.
He's the one for me, and there's no place I'd rather be. Yeah, yeah, yeah. To the finish line, everywhere you look, he's right on time. With a silent stare, raging through the open air, he's without a care. Oh, everywhere you look, he's right on time. Moving to the beat. Can you feel the heat when the tigers kiss the street?
Listen and you'll hear the heartbeat of a universe teeming with force. See all the forms and the faces of nature taking its course. And feel all the wonderful motion flowing through things far and near. Nature will share her secrets when we are ready to hear. Energy, these are a few of your faces, glowing in timeless places. bringing our lives new graces. Energy, there is no living without you. We must keep learning about you. Now is the time to find how to. Energy, you are profound. You make the world go round and round. You make the world go round. You make the world go round. You make the world go round.
Thank you, Energy. How's it going? Yeah, it is post-WrestleMania, huh? I was not watching. Was it good? I wouldn't be surprised. Sometimes WrestleManias with terrible builds can be good anyways. That's happened before. How are y'all doing? Having a good night? It was okay? There you go. Joe Blank, thank you for following. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a good evening. Firehair and Orchid Man, thank you so much for the very similar stream streaks. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate it. And the Sav, thank you for 20 months. Hope you're having a very good weekend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you to Strummer Bro, Josh Oates, Bobby Chang, Bed Oldenburg, Proven Crawfish, Northern Pixels, Brewbarian, Zombie Slut for following. Where did all these follows come from? Was that from Vanilla? Thank you. Thank you, Zombie Slut. What was the main event tonight? Was it the Punk main event or was it the Cody main event? Had a post-match heat. Sounds like the Punk main event then. I don't know. That was Cody Randy. Oh, never mind then. All right then. How's everyone doing? Gonna be playing some more Resident Evil 2 here on the original PlayStation. Technically on my PS2, but you understand. They refuse to pull the trick. Wouldn't it be funny if once again Cody refuses to go heel, and so it just has to go over to AEW to continue getting face heat? That'd be funny. Oh, I bought the Neo Geo. I could not resist. I've wanted a Neo Geo for so long, and it seems really cool. I splurged on the Neo Geo. It's for content, okay? We'll stream it. It's gonna be great. I had to get it. I love so many of these games are cool. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, adrenaline in my soul. No heel work for Cody Rhodes. Those always make me laugh. Those are always good bits. Yes, I want to find a flashcard. I did get the thing that comes with all the games, so I got those games, but I do want to find a flashcard solution for some of the other ones. Like some Goku 3, a lot of the other fighting games, the other Metal Slugs, some Puzzle Bobble. Been in a Puzzle Bobble mood, probably because I keep watching Sean Johnson's every title game on the PS1 video. Yeah, Windjammers wasn't there. There's some big ones. They are good games that they're including with it. The first round there's a lot of really good games there. A lot of heavy, and they have Neo Turf Master is my favorite Neo Geo game. It has that other weird name now, but yeah. There is that new Puzzle Bobbles coming to Steam, and I guess it might hit the itch. I don't really like the new art style that much, so I don't know. Yeah, I need to watch a new Dan Olsen video. I was shocked. We were at PAX East, and Dan Olsen was there. And I was with like a few people. I was like, oh man, Dan Olsen. And they were like, who's that? Now, one of them was Dan Riker. That didn't surprise me maybe so much. It surprised me a little bit. But there's other people like, I don't know who that is. Like, I thought he was like internet famous at least. I don't know. Maybe I am too online. But I think Dan Olsen's kind of like internet famous. Relatively internet famous. You all know who Dan Olsen is, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of the internet, can I rant about a thing that makes me mad sometimes? Sorry about like the lighting's a little weird because it's spooky lighting, so it changes based on my tab. Okay, so if you have no idea, he makes very good YouTube video essays. They're popular. Basically, that's it. Dan is not a video essay guy. Okay, because I see. Look, I maybe go on Reddit sometimes, and I always see this. Anytime anyone online complains about that bad scene in Jurassic World, you know the one. So people, will bring that up as like a bad scene where The one girl who's like the babysitter. They spend like 2 minutes showing her getting picked up by like a pterodactyl and then pecked to death until she's dropped off into a giant monster and eaten. It's all very slow and kind of graphic. It's like the most disturbing death in the series, aside from maybe that one guy in 2 who got ripped in half. It's like some girl who did nothing wrong, except kind of didn't like kids, right? It's a terrible scene. It's real weird. It's easy. Now stop typing right now. Because every time someone brings this up, somebody says, well, actually, the actress who played that character requested for a death like that. Now let's think about that for a moment. 1, why does that make it a good storytelling decision? 2, do you think that one of the most expensive shots of the movie was okayed on the spot because a very minor character actress in the film asked for it? 3, did you think our concern with the scene was that they were mean to the actress? So there. I don't want to ever hear that, well, actually, the actress requested it thing again. I don't believe it, for one thing, and 2, it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, Jimmy Buffett saves his margarita, yeah. It is the only part of the movie anyone talks about. It's like by far the, I don't know. I kind of liked that movie aside from that weird scene and some other weird, stupid scenes. I never bothered seeing the 3 sequels. I keep forgetting The Mandalorian's happening. I still want to go see Project Hail Mary. Probably can't do that this weekend, I don't think. It's Cinema Michael, you understand, sure. Maybe it was a late showing tomorrow. I could go see it. Anyways, that's not, you're not here for my very random hangups with movies. Maybe you are. That's weird. You're here for this. Incredible cut. Good work, demo. I mean, oh, there's that cat from Lou. I just got out of the shower and I'm too hot. I gotta put my hair on. Gotta put my hair on. Sorry, I actually bumped my muted thing somehow. How's the volume? There's the IMAX, I don't know. There's one kind of in Pittsburgh. It's not amazing. The Science Center in downtown has one. It's one of those domed IMAXs. I think the last time I went to it was to see Superman Returns in IMAX. I forgot I had some scan lines turned on this thing, by the way. It looks pretty good. They're not all domes. Yeah, Epio, that was news to me. Apparently also. I also thought that all the IMAXs were domes because of the Science Center in Cleveland one. And I think the Space Museum one in Washington, D.C. was also domed. But they're actually usually not. Epio, I want you to know how relieved I am that you said they're not all domes. Because I thought they were all domes when I was a kid because of that. But no, and honestly, I like them more when they're domes. See, this is something I am a nerd about. If I'm going to see an IMAX movie, I actually want it to be one of those weird educational ones. Like, show me the weird Lois and Clark thing, or something about the sun, or Mount Everest. I'll go see a real movie at the normal theater, that's fine. Faison Junkie also thought all IMAXs were domes because they grew up in Northeast Ohio. There you go. That's the only thing I'm a nerd about, everybody. This is like a nerd thing that I think Dan and I are very different about. I think Dan would rather do anything else on this godly earth than see an educational IMAX movie. So we're about to play as Sherry for the first time. We got to watch this little cutscene where we run into her. Let me know what the volume is, everybody. Game, me. Probably to put our ribbons away. Ribbon. This is my first time playing through the original Resident Evil 2. We're on Claire A route. I kind of am just about... I think I did like the first part of the RPD. We're about to play as Sherry for the first time. I know, because like we started that. I was like, we'll get back there. Hey, Maddie. A Limax. Interesting. Like faux IMAX. Because yeah, there's a theater in the waterfront area, like near Pittsburgh, that has an IMAX screen. And it's kind of just like a bigger screen. It doesn't feel that different from a normal theater. I think the last thing I saw there was that weird Metallica movie. Not the documentary one. The kind of narrative concert one. Game could go up a tiny smidge. I can do that. I don't know if that's good, if you need more. Find out soon once Sherry starts talking here. Yeah, Through the Never. Like I said, I think I said before, I have a friend who's a Iron Maiden, Metallica super fan.
I was so worried. We've got to go now, honey, okay? If we stay here, that monster will find us.
This is me
Let's
talking
go.
compared to the game. Let me know how it is.
No, I won't.
Sherry, you brat. Be more like Diana. Diana would listen.
Don't you trust me?
It's not that, Claire. It's because of my daddy. He's over there. I heard him call my name. Daddy must have been attacked by the monsters. I have to help him.
Give the game a teeny bit more juice. Okay.
Wait, Sherry, don't go alone. Sherry! Sherry!
Max. Okay. Let me know if that's good or if it's too much. I think last time my mic was actually lowered again, so that's why I had to lower the game. I checked again. Yeah, by the way, I forgot that like I am technically playing on the DualShock version of this game, so I could use the DualShock. Although I actually just tried, and it's not working. So screw that then. Not that I want to, anyways. Did it really just? Okay, yeah, it's fine. All right. By the way, have you all been playing Pragmata? People been enjoying it? Is anyone not enjoying it? Because I'm a little fascinated by people who don't like it. It sounds condescending, but like I am kind of like, what don't you like about it? Well, I definitely have a DualShock version of the game. It says so on my box. I don't know. Okay. So this seems... Oh, for God's sake. This is pretty different from the Sherry stuff. Hi, dog. You just want to... Nope, I thought you might just want to play. You don't. You don't. We'll just run. We'll just run. Just keep running, Sherry. This was a really stupid idea. I guess this is better than having to be in that orphanage. Yeah, people are enjoying Pragmata. Cesspool, how dare you call my stream that? I know I complained. If I take... I wonder if it's one of these things where if I take these, I'll give them to Claire later, or if I should just leave this on the ground for Claire to grab later. I think that's my leading theory, honestly. Is there something to do here? Oh, God. Alright. I see. I went the wrong way, apparently. This is gonna go great. Yep. And a kickflip off me. Anyone else getting the feeling that I should just restart this little segment? Because I sure am. I think I might let the dogs finish her off. Sorry. But I clearly went the wrong way. Let that first dog eat me. Big mistakes. Maybe the first game over I've seen, actually. Maybe not. You died. Remember when the dogs ate that kid in Jurassic World?
Resident Evil 2.
Of course, we have no, like, just retry thing from the death screen. I bet we may not be able to skip that little dialogue between Claire and Sherry, by the way. We'll see. Not feeling optimistic. Vanya and Bloodborne, thank you so much for the stream streaks. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Okay, don't remember to drop off your little. Look, of course, I'm the guy who, by the way, like, thinks that the scenes where people are killed by dinosaurs are the worst parts of Jurassic Park, right? Like, I'm the weirdo. Like, that's not what I'm here for. I think there's a lot of people like, hell yeah. I love when that happens.
We've got to go now, honey, okay? If we stay here, that monster will find us. Let's go.
No.
Yeah, I like the first half of Jurassic Park where it's kind of just
What's
a
the
theme park.
matter? Don't you trust me?
It's not that, Claire.
Now look, I'm
It's
I'm joking a bit.
He's over there.
I understand. I like
I
that
heard him
there's
call my
tension and
name.
drama in the movie. To be clear,
Daddy must have been attacked by the monsters. I have to help him.
and like, yes, killing people with dinosaurs increases the drama, and I appreciate what's done for
Wait,
that.
Sherry, don't go alone.
I don't like, but there's definitely times like this is a bit
Sherry!
much. All right, let's not wait for this dog to eat us this time. Seems like the dogs are kind of like stunned for a moment. Okay, so that you can keep going this way, apparently. That's what I want to do. Map. Oh, yeah. At least she has one healing item. Oh, God, what's this about? It's gonna open up that door that was locked earlier. Oh. Oh, is this like the box pushing puzzle that I did in Zero? I was good at that. It is funny playing this after Zero, because I liked Zero. But it is a cumbersome game in some ways, and this is seems a bit simpler. Yeah, why didn't Claire give me a gun with one bullet? Is it really this easy? Is that open? It must be open. This park existed, but only like 6 people died, and it cost like 2 Disney World trips. Would you go? Like 6 people died since it opened? I think more people have died in Disney World, right? So yeah, I'd probably go. gonna do a Kanini and play them all. So I've kind of been playing through the series very out of order, basically new releases. So the only ones I haven't played are after this are original 3, Code Veronica, 6, Revelations 1, Revelations 2. I didn't watch Mania, so I got no opinions. I've never been to Universal for Halloween Horror Nights. I still want to sometime. It's hard figuring out trips. Like, I just got invited to, like, my high school best friend's getting married in October. It's exciting, but, like, that's, you know, one of the trips I'm going to probably take now is go see him that weekend. Oh. Okay. Where am I taking this? That room's still just a dead end, right? I just want to run all the way over there. I can't double back, can I? I don't think so. I guess I'm going to that room again. It's funny because, like, I do know a lot of people like Original 3. I remember, I don't know what it was. If somebody didn't play the games, in my mind, Original 3 was like Resident Evil 2.5. Maybe I just got really stuck on it kind of having a somewhat similar setting. Oh, this is the wrong way. Just juking this dog along. Maybe, like, in my mind, I'm like, well, there's only one character, and you're just in this thing again, and I don't know. I don't know why. You know what else? I was like, this one has a subtitle. That's weird. The things that 12-year-old me thought about Resident Evil games, you know? Okay, where am I taking this key? Guess I'm taking it back where I came from. Will you guys stop? I get the sense they've given Sherry a surprising amount of health, actually. Away with you. Oh, okay, so we're just forgetting about all that.
Are you there?
Sherry, are you okay? Did you find your dad?
Yes, I'm okay. But I couldn't find him.
I was attacked by
I did find
dogs.
something else for you. Here.
Thanks, sweetie. Now, why don't you come over here? I want you to stay with me.
Claire, I can't reach the ventilation hole anymore. But don't worry, I'll find another way. I can take care of myself.
Sure, you can.
Wait, Sherry, come back. Sherry! Sherry!
Okay. Now, I do remember getting here the first time really sucked. Because there's a lot of dogs, and I don't have handgun bullets, and this thing was kind of bad at shooting dogs. Like, it seemed like unless I'm right below them and aim down, it was kind of shooting over them. I could just save, but I don't know, that wasn't hard, it was just kind of a thing. Open the fucking door. Open the door. Oh my god, the dog's in the way. Are you... No. You can't do this to me. Great. Oh, fantastic. Where are we going? Yeah, run. Good enough. Yeah, the liquor's not nearly as much a problem as the dogs. Ah, fuck me. Alright, who's getting up first? Great. Okay, y'all gonna wake up now? Yeah, here we go. Just run. Just run. I'm fucking dead. Shit! Maybe I should take some of those out earlier. Alright. Let's go run around with Sherry again. This is a rough start. What's your favorite moment in a game or cartoon where you can tell someone was gonna move before it did because it's on a different cellular? I mean, there's so many. I can't think of a specific example, but I loved that, especially in old cartoons. So easy to tell between the background and something created on that, like, celluloid layer. I feel like the old, like, Wile E. Coyotes were constantly doing that. Flintstones. Alright, so this time for sure, maybe. Scooby-Doo. Whenever it's like it'd always be like there'd be a trash can, and it's like, well, they're gonna hide in that trash can because it's clearly not in the background.
Sherry.
Yeah, I really can't
I've
skip
been
this.
looking everywhere for you. I was so worried. We've got to go now, honey, okay? If we stay here, that monster will find us. Let's go.
No, I won't.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
She says that like that's a line read like she's a
Not
villain.
that, Claire.
Don't you
It's
trust
because
me?
of my daddy. He's over there. I heard him call my name. Daddy must have been
It's funny how
attacked
much
by the
Capcom
monsters.
I've
I
been
had to
lately.
help him.
They did the Pragmata, all that stuff. Then
Wait, Sherry, don't go alone.
obviously this, and now I'm actually playing Mega Man X8 on my Switch right now. Funsies, because I've never actually beaten that one. And everyone's always like, this one's not that bad. You know what? It's not that bad. I don't know if it's that good. It's got some things going for it, though. Honestly, the worst part is, like, the screen zoom in. You can't see enough around you. All right, let's go. First try. Okay, we don't have to go to that other room at all. We just, doesn't even matter. This is the wrong fucking way. You better get her health back next time I play it. Yeah, I've never liked X6, and X7's terrible. I don't even like X5 that much. I can, like, never get into X5, man. No, Bamboo Pandemonium died shortly after time. Yeah, Bamboo Pandemonium, that's gotta be, like, the worst Maverick. Right. First off, the name Bamboo Pandemonium, he looks real stupid. Fun boss fight, actually. The boss fight was fun. Like, but he's pretty stupid. Oh, why did I even do that? Would I ever play Command Mission on stream? Oh, the RPG. Maybe. I was thinking about that. I just kind of assume Command Mission is probably a bit dull, because you never see people get all that worked up about it one way or the other. Also, like, you know, maybe my least favorite thing about the X games is the story, so having more of that. Like, I don't really care about the robot cops. And then, like, Axel's there, and Axel's not a good character. We don't like Axel. He's kind of fun to play as, but he's not a good character. Yeah, it's probably not super long, at least. I'm curious about it, I guess. Might be fun. Out I compare countries to cutscene direction between Pragmata and Monster Hunter Wilds. I think, honestly, you say you see similarities. I don't. I think Pragmata's cutscenes are significantly more sincere and realistic. And what the fuck did I do wrong here? I don't know. Like, they're a little anime for sure, but I don't know. I think Monster Hunter Wilds cutscenes were just filled to the brim with 4Kids anime flavor that I didn't particularly care for in that game. There are also like way too many of them for a game where, you know, the story is not very interesting. And like, you know, Monster Hunter Wilds is constantly introducing new characters. And when you introduce a new character, you have to introduce a new character. You gotta, you know, devote some time to that. And Pragmata basically has like, you know, 2 real characters and some other people that show up. I'll summon Christian. I'll summon Christian if I talk about using comms in Overwatch. Which I am right about, but also I have been on a bit of a losing streak. Would I suggest Pragmata for someone who doesn't normally like FPS or platformers? I mean, what? I mean, do you like, I don't know, do you like Resident Evil 4? Do you like third-person shooters kind of like that? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you can also just try the demo. But, like, I wouldn't call it a shooter or a platform primarily. It is kind of doing a thing there. I mean, look, there is a lot of shooting. That part went better. There's a demo, yeah, so you can try the demo. How did I go in the wrong... What? I keep doing this. There's 3 rooms in this hallway, and I keep going to the wrong ones. Ow. Of course, I didn't get hit at all last time. Ow, thank you, Kradix. I'll see exactly how much that's for. It kind of seems random how much these dogs are going to hit you or not, huh? I just noticed that thing was shining. Krax, thank you so much for 14 months. Appreciate it. Thank you. We always ask where in the world's Carmen San Diego, never how in the world's Carmen San Diego. Well, it's funny, when I was a kid, I didn't really play those games at all.
Claire!
I think, honestly, I was actually like a little young for the geography lessons. I liked the
Sherry,
game show
are you
a lot
okay?
on
Did you
PBS.
find your dad?
I liked the
Yes,
theme song
I'm
a lot.
okay.
A lot.
But I couldn't find
Goes from
him.
Nashville to Norway, Bonnet
I
to
did find something
Zimbabwe,
else for you.
Chicago to
Here.
Czechoslovakia, and back. I think one point they say Ohio.
Thanks.
Yes, I was
sweetie.
very bad at
Now,
geography.
why don't you come over here? I want you to stay with me.
There's a geography mini game and Bully, and I think I got some redemption there.
I can't reach the ventilation hole anymore. But don't worry, I'll find another way.
So, they're in the ventilation shaft.
I can take care of myself.
Wait, Sherry, come back. Sherry!
Yeah, there's definitely a bit
Sherry!
of dead space with Pragmata. And it's funny because, like, there are horrible things happening in Pragmata, but it's just not played as a horror game, so it doesn't feel like that. The American bad geography look. Okay. I would like to not have to do this all again. No running. Oh shit, yes, run. Run, I forgot about the dogs. Okay, please don't block the door this time. Please don't block the door this time. Yes. See, look at that. What makes Pragmata like Dead Space? I mean, it's sci-fi, third-person shooter, right? With kind of fun weapons. But to be clear, very different in a lot of ways as well. It's like, I don't think we can just, like, walk by this guy, especially when he does that. Alright, one swipe. Dude in a suit. There's a heaviness to it. Any chance of more sports-themed activewear with less use of the word bomb? Yeah, maybe. I mean, the Jersey was kind of before my time already. It is very hard to, like, you know, the bomb stuff. Okay. What happens if I shoot you now? Nothing. Great. Cool. Okay, let's just equip this fucking thing then. Get rid of one of them and then maybe the rest like that. Okay, fuck it. This doesn't hurt me, does it? I don't think so. Pretty good, actually. Of course, now there's the fucking liquors. I can go into that room now. No. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. No. Why am I not just saving at this Sherry thing? I'm being really stubborn. But I don't want to. Alright. Let's just kill that guy this first time then, because we gotta get past him. He's just in the way. Let's just use our grenades and actually kill this guy in the hallway, this liquor. This time I'm not gonna make any mistakes about which way to go. Yeah, also, yeah, you're just kind of a guy who's an engineer in both games. Alright. Man, I was blazing through stuff the last playthrough, although I am a bit of a issue here with my, like, I have no handgun ammo. That sucks. I do have a lot of grenade ammo, but, like, I don't want to just use it all. Oh, these cutscenes. No, I started a little late, but I'm pretty well rested. I was like, I'm gonna do a late stream. Maybe we can beat the Claire route today. Not at this pace.
Everywhere for you.
Not at this pace.
Worried. We've got to go now, honey, okay? If we stay here, that monster will find us. Let's go.
No, I won't.
What's the matter?
No, I didn't do Leon yet. That's
Don't
why I
you
meant beat the
trust me?
Claire route.
It's not that, Claire. It's because of my daddy. He's over there. I heard him call my name.
This is Route A.
Daddy
Claire
must have
A.
been attacked by the monsters. I have to help him.
Wait, Sherry. Don't go alone. Sherry! Sherry!
It was the first game where you play as an engineer. Boy, I think Half-Life has to be pretty early on, because a lot of games before that you're usually playing as a badass. Granted, Mario's a plumber, which is adjacent. Okay. So did I see something sparkle here? No, I guess I made that up. Okay, this way. Just this way. Stop overcomplicating this, Mike. Like, sometimes, like, dogs, like, get in front of you. Okay, don't raise the water. Just push the boxes. Get the map. Yeah, like, Starfleet is played up as both science and military, and, like, sometimes I definitely think they play up the militariness too much. Sometimes it works out, like Deep Space Nine, obviously. Sometimes I'm like, hey, I'm not here to see drill sergeants. Yeah, let's make sure this one's flush this time, although I think it's good. Alright, I guess it wasn't. I love Gordon Freeman, by the way. I just think he's so cool. I love that character design. I love his orange suit. Everything got real quiet on that Half-Life 3 front. I hope that's still a real thing. I hope there's still actually fire with that smoke. Alex is very good. I'm not a big VR guy, but Alex is very good. I just wish I didn't get sick while playing it. Yeah, maybe they're waiting for some Steambox stuff to happen. Makes sense. Okay, just go straight. Don't go down this fucking bridge. You don't need to. Look out for this dog. Oh, man. Okay, you coming down with me, dog. Let's go. Me and you, buddy. Okay, Claire, I found the key for you. Blah, blah, blah.
Claire, are you there?
Now look,
Sherry,
I'm
are
not
you
gonna use an
okay?
ink ribbon again. If
Did
this
you
happens
find
one more
your
time,
dad?
I swear I'll use an ink ribbon here, but I
Yes,
just
I'm
don't want to
okay.
use an ink ribbon.
But I couldn't find him. But I did find something else for you. Here.
Thanks, sweetie. Now, why don't you come over here? I want you to stay with me.
Claire, I can't reach the ventilation hole anymore.
I know I have a lot of
Don't worry,
ribbons.
I'll
I know.
find another way.
You know
I can
what?
take care of myself.
You're probably right. I guess at the
Wait,
very least I can
Sherry,
make it a
come
new
back.
save file.
Sherry!
You know what?
Sherry!
You're right. I don't ever want to do that again. Screw it. Is it weird that I like Claire more in this game than I did in the remake for some reason? I don't know. Oops, what happened there? I know it's weird. This Claire's voiced by Jubilee. Jubilee's cool. Let's just even overwrite it. Screw it. Okay, so I like your accidental villainous voice acting. It's the shorts. I guess she wasn't wearing shorts in the remake, huh? Okay. It's kind of nice to know I don't have to worry about... The lookers are weak to fire, right? So this should mess them up pretty good. No, this is actually a PS1 version. Playing it on my PS2. Not even that recent Steam version. Alright, there's the dogs first. No, for fuck's sake, not this again. Ooh, 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 lucky. Acid. Shit. Well, this doesn't work. Maybe next time we'll bring some acid rounds. And I kind of had to shoot down, right? That didn't go amazing. Good enough. This might be like, Claire, just step on all of their heads right now. Just smash them all, please. I think I can even get past this first guy. Shoot those two, run out of here. Let's see it. Great. Good enough. Alright, have a good drive home, Bucket. That's fine. This is fine. Okay, I hear another fucking licker, I think. Now that's the armory up there, which will be super nice to get inside of. Or not? Ah, one early. I don't think there's anything else in here. Yeah, I think I need the red key card for the armory. Y'all got any funny me's? I haven't started the game yet, actually. I can't keep forgetting the game is actually out. In my mind, still, that's the thing that, like, Dan has an early copy of. So, maybe tonight or tomorrow night I'll start making some me's. Kind of want to just do me and the cast of Star Trek. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, get my inventory. Oh, actually, it's okay. These things, okay, so this is why this thing is going through ammo so fast. It shoots 3 at a time. Didn't know that. Okay, I think this is an armory. Thank God, because I am having a real big power problem. I got the bad ending in Ender Lilies, and it was like such a bad ending that, oh, thank God. Oh, thank God there's handgun ammo. It was so bad it didn't even show me, like, credits, and I still think I'm gonna take it. Like, that's fine. I'm done. Game is okay. What the hell is this? Oh, right. Good. Good, good, good. I needed ammo so badly. Oh. Now, wait a second. What, is this some kind of either-or thing? I want to make sure here. Why? Because it sounds like an either-or thing, and I don't know why it would be that. Because, I mean, if given the choice, I think I'd take the side pack. Is that the Blicky? Is that what that is? Why would this be either or? Oh, right. Okay, so... Well, okay, what do I rather have? What do I want Leon to have, then, I guess? Leon, as presumably, will be more difficult. I mean... I think Leon might need firepower more than he might need other inventory slots, huh? I'm leaning towards the inventory slots, I guess. It's zapping. Is that what this thing's called? What would you guys do? Let me know. This is some bizarre choice paralysis. This is a bizarre choice paralysis. Yeah. You'd go storage. I think, yeah. I think we'll send to, alright, side pack. I mean, this is just playing into the girl having more inventory space like in Resident Evil 1, you know? Alright. She just straight up says it. Oh, I can still take it. Interesting. But yeah, let's not. Is there anything in this one? No, it's the same thing. I mean, this is nice. Anything else in here? I mean, I'm sure I'm fine either way. Oh, right, I'm going down those stairs. Oh, good thing we killed everything. Yeah, I remember not ever being too impressed with the machine guns and the other Resident Evils of this style. Remember, it basically felt like it was shooting pellets. So we don't have to worry about the lickers in this hallway anymore. Okay. We're back in the mansion. We can go inside that room. In this room. Anybody in here want to kill me? Or scare me? Take the pinups. Oh boy, I don't trust that. Just grab me right now. Just do it. I finally had the chance to see blue skies for the first time in ages, but it did little to lift my spirits. I was reprimanded by the chief for neglecting my duties while I was up on the clock tower. There's only one thing I still understand. The chief seemed to be more concerned about the fact that I was up on the tower rather than that I was neglecting my duties. Why was access to the tower broken in the first place anyways? Recently talked to the old man who works on the scrapyard out back. His name is Thomas. Quiet man and really seems to enjoy chess. He even went so far as to design a special key and lock engraved with chess pieces on them for one of the doors in the disposal yard. He made plans to play chess tomorrow night. I can't help but wonder how good he is. One thing that's been bothering me about him is the way that he's always scratching himself. Does he have some sort of skin disease, or is he just rude? Thomas was a much better player than I had imagined. I used to think of myself as a fairly decent player, but he did a pretty good job of humbling me. About the only thing I imagine... Hey, it's happy Dreamcast Day. I imagine that could match his skills in chess is his appetite. All I get to do is talk about food throughout the entire game. He sounded fairly healthy, but he didn't look quite right. I wonder if he's okay. September 12th. Thomas is a zombie. I was supposed to play another game of chess with Thomas, but we had to cancel it because he hasn't been feeling too well. He stopped by to see me, but I told him to go back and rest since he literally looked like The Walking Dead, yeah. He insisted that he was just fine, but I could tell he was really having problems. Kind of think of it, I haven't been feeling too good myself lately. Yes, I will. Is that in here? Nothing mandatory? What's this? Okay. Guess that's it. There's some lore and some ammo. There's still that door over there. And then all this stuff upstairs I haven't really done. Oh, right, I closed these shutters. Probably a good thing. I bet stuff would have happened here if I didn't. Okay, go out of here to the right. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, right, I see. Gotta go through this whole thing. Okay, has this been repopulated with zombies or anything? Is anybody in here gonna get me? Well, no, wait a second. Banjo-Kazooie isn't a Pragmata or DK Bonanza like. Those two are equals. Is that my door? Nope. Oh, he didn't say equals, just boy, just girl on. Oh, okay. I thought for some reason I thought there was a conversation was about a parent-child dynamic and not just boy and girl. My mistake. Ages of Meat Boy 3D. But yeah, at some point actually. I like 3D platforms. I need to beat Demon Tides, honestly. Okay, so that's everything for that key. Kind of concerned about what's going to be in this room. It should be one of those plates. Yeah, well, I was right to be concerned. Let's see if we can get out of this one without having to waste ammo on this one. Something over there. Okay. What's this about? Say what? Damn, I wonder if I need my lighter. 11, 12, and 13. Oh, there's something over here. That's probably where the item's gonna show up once I solve this puzzle. Yep. Alright. I need my lighter. Okay, where's this guy? Oh. No, shit. I forgot the button to shoot. Going really bad. Wasted a lot of ammo. Do one of these. Oh my god. Good enough. I guess I don't have to worry about him anymore. This better be something sweet. Nah, it's probably lore. Light the queen, the king, and the jack. Then the carriage will start running, okay? Well, we need to get the lighter anyways. We gotta get... Let's just go to that save room where we can develop film and then get back here. Should be kind of a clear shot at least. I've killed so many enemies. What's the best way? Okay, we're on the ground floor. Right. Bit of a run, but again, should be a clear shot. not this one. This one. To get Dan to make a mainline Mega Man games list. I mean, that one's relatively easy to do just by sticking to numbers. The only one you might miss is Mega Man and Bass. Or Legends. I don't know. It's weird because, like, there's so many sub-series. Welcome, Leon. Look at that. These are actually, I think I missed those bullets way back when. I said, I'll come back for them, and then I didn't. Yeah, it's like, for me, like, part of me is like, I don't know if I count the Battle Networks or Star Force, because it's just so different from a normal Mega Man game. But, like, I do count Zero in the ZX games. Are the DOS Mega Man games mainline? No. And, like, I don't consider the Game Boy ones. The Game Boy, it's kind of weird, because the Game Boy ones, for a while, they're just kind of demakes almost, but then 5 is kind of a unique game, so it's weird. It's complicated to do it. I just sort of want to go. Oh, Death Stranding is a Carry Baby game, isn't it? Okay, let's develop our... That film right there that I've just never picked up, by the way. No. I don't want to save yet. There's not really that much danger. I do need to... I don't know, I've got healing. Nice. What's that? Pictured in front of the Arrakis tailor. Regressed into a zombie within 2 hours. Subject repeatedly complained about severe agitation of the epidermis in addition to feeling of nausea. That happened up to the moment he lost consciousness. I do like that in the remake, these things kind of give you like some hints for puzzles and whatnot. Here's the kind of just lore pictures. Unless I'm missing something. Yeah, like I wouldn't count Wily Wars even though it has some original content. I really don't want to save still. I think we're fine. Alright, we gotta get the lighter. Still have this valve handle. We got... So, we need the 3 blocks, right? So far, we only have... the Eagle Stone and then half of a Blue Stone. So, we're missing like 1.5 of them still. Where's my lighter? Oh yeah, I wanted the Sega channel so bad so I could play Wily Wars. Which I was so happy when the Genesis Mini 2 had it, and it's even on NSO now, which is awesome. It's funny, 'cause like now I'm like, Wily Wars isn't that good. It's still neat though. I like it. I still played through all those games that way. It doesn't feel as good as the NES game. Okay, so now we're just going back over there. Making the proggies, making the proggies. Yeah, I liked Extreme 1 and 2 on Game Boy Color. At the time, I was like, this is awesome. I wonder how they hold up. Probably, it's like, why am I playing this instead of just a regular X game? Hey, babe. Go through that door. No, nothing scared me yet. I've been dying a lot. I've been bad at the game, but I haven't been scared at least. I got spoiled this week with new videos to watch because there's a new J.K. Leeds Elden Ring challenge run video. And by the way, like, I don't know if I should do it, but I'm kind of feeling the itch to play Elden Ring. Do it on stream and, like, do it with no summons. That would take up a lot of time, but it'd be fun. Okay. Okay, well, now what? Is that it? Did I just guess the order, or did the order not matter? I was expecting that to be more complicated. Oh, so what is this? Cog wheel. Where did I need a cog wheel? Actually, it's probably the fruit. It's probably where I haven't been yet. The clock tower. Which would mean... How do I even get up there? This must be... Oh, it's those stairs. Right. Okay. Okay. The order was she gets suits of cards corresponding to the numbers. Really? So I did just guess it? Yeah, when I played Stellar Blade, the gameplay felt really good. I kind of want to play it. It's just the game does weird me out a little bit. All right, I guessed it. Good for me. So I know I can go up the balcony to get there, but the balcony has zombies on it. Hey, Bucket, welcome back. Hope you had a good drive home. Hey, Trojan Horse, thanks for following. Appreciate it. Let's all let this Trojan Horse in, everybody. What's the worst that could happen? Very nice of those Trojans. Right, I could go up there right now, but I think there's zombies up there. It's like the few zombies I have not just killed. I can't believe I don't have a shotgun yet. Part of me is starting to wonder if, like, Leon gets the shotgun and Claire doesn't. Maybe. Hey, P88 Box, because of Little Tokoto, a ton of my coworkers have joined Giant Bomb. Yay! Kind of neat to hear your content whenever wandering behind the scenes. Thanks for making it work more positive. Sure, I still need to come see that penguin. It's been busy. I hope Tokoto's doing well, though. I guess we could drop the lighter off in the save room. I don't... part of me's like, maybe I should save. I've been running around a lot. But I also haven't, like, run past any danger. If I had to do this all again, I bet I could do it quickly. Be good. Pragmata's pretty good, man. Jeff seemed to like it quite a lot during the launch look. Yeah, I'm not sure which one, if I like Pragmata or Requiem more. It's like, maybe I don't like anything Pragmata as much as I like the Care Center in Requiem, but maybe overall it's a better game. Pragmata's good though. Wait, Chris, I forgot you like straight up don't like Requiem. Really? Man. What is this place? Oh. Maybe it's a Route 2 thing. We did this forever ago. There's the STARS office. Sadly, we got no other business there. Yeah, a couple of the kind of funny boys didn't seem into it. Is this even right? Or can I keep going up there? It's gotta be this staircase here. Although, yeah. In the library. Never did do that much in the library. I immediately got lost again, sorry. Yeah, right. What's down this hallway, though? Did I ever do this? The barred door. Oh, this is where Sherry ran away one time, I think. Resident Evil subreddit seems really down. I mean, super fans are probably going to complain about something. I don't think that's a representative of much of opinion. I wonder if I could break this face if I had the knife. Yeah, I was surprised that was like. Look, people can dislike Pragmata. I was surprised the complaint was the story. I quite liked the story in Pragmata and the characters. Guess I'm not really. I guess I'd be curious, like what. Oh fuck me. Is the issue with the story? Oh great, I never closed this one apparently. Where even is that? Anything in this drawer? Hey, ABC, I sure am. And over here is for solving that puzzle. Though, it occurred to me to jump down here. Oh, this is where I am. Okay. Just never went up here before, huh? Okay, fine. Fuck me. Well, this is what we've got these for. Again, I don't think I can just shoot it straight. I don't know exactly how far it goes. I don't think it auto aims. And I'm afraid to miss one, so I think I'm just gonna wait for it to get close to me and shoot the ground. There we go. Hell yeah. What's on the end here? Any items? Nope. Alrighty. Oh my god. I need the fucking crank. Think, or maybe maybe it just goes here. Let's see. No. For the wheel, anyways. All right. We'll be right back, everybody. Yeah, at least we killed the liquor. The Resident Evil lore is kind of fun, more so than story. Even then, there's like so many like retcons and. It scared me. It didn't terrify me, but it scared me. Oh, yeah. Oh, the music is so good. A gay deer. Alright. What are we trying to accomplish with the shelves? Let's see. The picture's up there. JDC, thank you so much for following. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kevin's back, Jack. Maybe we want the other ones to be left blue, right orange. It's the only thing I can see. Getting ready to watch the 7-hour Noah Caldwell Gervais Resident Evil video someday. That one's already maybe good. I don't know. Oh really? What's the next Pandemonium video on? Man, these videos are so good. It almost bums me out that it's great that they're long, but like, you know, he obviously has a day job and can't make them that quickly. Oh, it's telling me right here what it is. I see. Okay. Blue, gold, then the gold, blue, gold, blue. Yeah, I definitely think they probably wanted Resident Evil 9 to be open world at one point and thought better of it, and I'm glad they did. I do think, like, I liked the experiment of doing the, like, swapping between the two characters. I kind of hope the next Resident Evil goes back to just, like, pick your character from the start kind of a thing again, like this. There we go. Hey, it's one of the things. I guess the clock tower's going to get us that other half, and then we're going to be good. Yeah, their engine is just... I mean... Their engine is suited to open world in the sense that Dragon's Dogma 2 and Monster Hunter Wilds like sold pretty well, but it's kind of rough. Okay. I gotta go downstairs, get the crank. Hey, Stinky Denny. Is neat once you kind of begin learning the layout of this place. I feel bad for Cat because like every time, like now everyone's like, this character has to come back and this character has to come back, and also we definitely want more Grace. Also, it's like, guys, just there can only be so many characters. They almost have to keep it 2 playable characters just so they can add more fan favorites in. But like everyone's like, it's ridiculous if Rebecca and or Jill and or Claire and or Sheva and or so-and-so doesn't show up in the next game. It's like, well, they can't all show up. There's some people like, I can't believe they didn't mention Claire more Resident Evil 9. I'm like, well, she's not in the game. Like, what are you going to do? You're like, well, isn't Claire sick too? Yeah, probably. They probably sent her an ad, though. She's fine. They need to say everything that happens off screen to you on screen. You'll be fine. All right, it looks like this. I think we need this, not the wheel. I mean, look, we'll almost certainly be seeing Claire pretty soon once we get a Code Veronica remake. Beck and Zero. Jill's the one who probably should just be in the next numbered game because it has been a while, and the only upcoming remake we'll get to see her in is 5, and Oh, Storm, what do you want me to write a game review for? Cruisin' USA, okay. Let's try to find it. Well, next time I save, we'll take a break and write a Cruisin' USA. Boy, 900 words on Cruisin' USA, huh? All right. We'll get a Resident... I mean, look, we're going to get a Resident Evil 5 remake at some point in the next 10 years. So many canceled folks on the old GB at Night couch. Incredible. Yeah, they're going to remake 1 again. And I'll be interested to see it. I love Resident Evil 1, the version of it. I bet they'll make another good version of it. We're going to crank it. So I need to figure out how I'm going to play Code Veronica. That's like one game that does not have any sort of theme or GOG version. I have the Dreamcast original. I could procure Code Veronica X on GameCube or PS2 or whatever. Ring the bells, 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 bells. And there it is. Look at us go. We got all these thingies. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say just Dreamcast original. I mean, I like that idea. One, it's the one I have. Two, I like the Dreamcast. I just know that game is notorious for soft locks. Alright, I think we could combine all these stones, we can save, and then we'll take the stones to thing. My problem is I kind of forget where they go now. I'll figure that out. Okay, Code Veronica is the version to play. You want the Wesker stuff. Do I? I don't know. I have to look into it more. I am a Dreamcast doctor. We'll see. A lot of people say Zero's a bad game also, and I still enjoyed it quite a bit. At the time, my recollection was everybody really liked Code Veronica. It definitely seems like the more modern assessment that is a bit harsher on it. I like Zero quite a bit. I still put it at the bottom of my list. You think Code Veronica's better than Zero? Well, there you go. Yeah, Code Veronica was loved when it first came out. There's a lot of like Dreamcast games that were like 9 out of 10s that now don't get a lot of respect. I mean, even Sonic Adventure 1 reviewed really well. And now some people like just lump that in with bad Sonic games. Nobody talks about Echo Defender of the Future anymore. The Veronica. Shenmue. People worried about Shenmue. We still gotta play Shenmue sometime, by the way. Alright. First thing, we got a combined blue. This is a good thing we've expanded our inventory. Alright. Is any game been overshadowed by a sequel more than Code Veronica 04? Yeah, I mean, that's definitely part of the problem. There's other examples, I mean. There. Oh, yeah, Witcher 2. People liked Witcher. That's a good one. That might be the best one. Because people liked Witcher 2 a lot. And no one talks about Witcher 2. Like, people will talk about Witcher 1 still because it's very different. Nobody will talk about Witcher 2 anymore. The discrepancy of, like, Witcher 3's popular with the other two games is pretty wild. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, I bet Witcher 2 is really good. But, boy, no one talks about it. Alright. Quick little review break here. Gonna write a review for Cruisin' USA. Yeah, no one ever liked Street Fighter 1 in the first place, right? So that's like a little bit different. You can say Mega Man 1 with Mega Man 2 a bit. There's a bit of that there. I remember reviews for Witcher 2 were glowing. Like Witcher 3 did the thing everybody wants, right? It was bigger. It was huge. More of an open world game, and that just will get so many more people excited. What do I even give Cruisin' USA? Probably like a 3 or 3.5. Let's see. Let's see in a moment here. Diablo 2. Diablo 2 definitely overshadowed Diablo 1. That's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. Do it like this, right? Cruisin' USA. There it is. Okay, 3.5. Let's go Cruisin'. Nobody talks about Gamer Rap 1 anymore since 2. That's funny. Okay. My earliest memories of Cruisin' USA were seeing the arcade version at the local Ground Round restaurant. Anyone else ever been to a Ground Round? I don't think those are a thing anymore. I remember it opening with that 3D Ultra 64 logo. It felt like a game from... Wait, I don't know what is that. It was like a glimpse into the future. Granted, not because the game itself was super impressive. At this point, we've already had our... Is this right? Cruising USA doesn't predate Ridge Racer or Daytona USA, does it? I feel like there's no way. Daytona USA and Ridge Racers. Those are my Mount Rushmore of video games you replay, revisit every year. Video games every year. I've been as many every year, but like Mega Man 3, Mario 64, Super Metroid. Those are the games I go back to all the time. Mega Man 2 as well, or Mega Man X. Yeah, Ridge Racer is definitely first. Compared to those, Cruisin' USA's graphics and relatively linear tracks weren't that impressive. But this was a game that was going to come out for Nintendo's new console. And as an early Nintendo 64 game, it was a lot of fun. Not the prettiest, most technical, or intricate racer, but it controls well and serves some pleasant vibes. There's something about this game that will teleport me back to the mid-90s like almost nothing else. I can smell that round popcorn just thinking about... Did I spell popcorn wrong, Mr. P? Alright, good. Arcade action at home. Fun racing game vibes. Bad. Not very ambitious. There were better racing games on other platforms. There you go. There's your review of Cruising USA. You know, so I worked in a kind of a personal story there to make up for the fact that I don't have a lot to say about Cruising USA's mechanics at the moment. But we got there. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom, maybe refresh a drink. We'll get back to it, everybody. Hold on. Wait, that's okay, just tease a new Metal Slug. Boy, it better look like the old Metal Slugs. Or better look cool. Like, the big thing with Metal Slug is that it has awesome pixel art. Like, I don't want a new Metal Slug looking like that new Contra. You know? All right, I'll be right back. Alright. Yeah, so my concern now is I don't remember which room was the room that I'm supposed to put all these stone tablets in. My guessing is that's one of these East Wing second floor rooms. Maybe I should check up here. Might be that. No, that's just the STARS office. It's not any of those. Yeah, it's gotta be one of these. East Wing. Second floor rooms. Yeah, it's gotta be one of those. Right, it might even be by where... I think it might be by the chief's office now that I think about it. Yeah. Metal Slug Tactics, like, the hype died down for that kind of right before it released quite a bit. And sometimes it do be like that. I'm going the right way. Yes, I am. I even know it was a roguelike. Yeah, it needs to be a freaking roguelike, man. I think Into the Breach satisfied the roguelike tactics game itch well enough for all of us. It's like I could take that ladder up, but I think there are zombies up there. It would be fast. I mean, it's not that much faster, and it's way less safe. You beat Sekiro. Sorry I missed it earlier, Bucket. Congratulations. Got true ending. Oh, 9 tries for Ishin. That's not bad at all. Good stuff. God, that game's good. I've been thinking about that game a lot still. Definitely my favorite game I've played on stream since I've been streaming, I think. My favorite Souls-like. As much of a Souls-like as it is, you know what I mean. How about favorite From Software game? I'll just say that. It's my favorite From Soft game. I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I forget that TR Bucket is also Screaming Madden. Look, I can't keep track of everyone's aliases. Oh, that's good. That's always good to hear. I always like hearing like people are inspired to try games because I talk about them or stream them or whatever. Stairs are over here. Wait, this is wrong. Yeah. All your Zol. Armor Core 6 is very good. Mejax is also a tactics roguelike. It's pretty good. I don't think I fell like super in love with it like some people, but I definitely liked it. That game's been a pretty big hit, right? What, there's so fucking birds in here. Okay. Go all the way then to the left. Okay, let's do Parappa. Nice.
Claire!
Oh, this must be right. How'd you get over here?
Sherry, you're okay.
I'm glad to see you're safe, Claire.
I want to be in this room, kiddo. Oh, you just stay there, I guess. I just like running down hallways in these games. I don't know. I like the camera angles and the pre-rendered backgrounds. I think it's just neat. No. Am I wrong? I just happened to accidentally find Sherry hanging out. Maybe, is it just behind his chair that they go? It might just be behind his desk, actually. Yeah, that's it. My bad. All right. This always comes in threes. There are a lot more differences between this and the remake than I was expecting. I didn't realize how different the puzzles were. Everything. Alright. What's this creepy letter? Mail to the chief. He's the chief and he needs mailing. Right, Irons. We have lost the Mansion Lab facility due to the actions of the renegade operative Albert Wesker. What does Albert Wesker want? Fortunately, his interference will have no lasting effects upon our continued virus research. Our only present concern is the presence of the remaining STAR members. Redfield, Valentine, Burton, Chambers, and Vickers. Total global saturation, but why? If it comes to light that the STARS have any evidence as to the activities of our research, dispose of them in such a manner that would appear to be purely accidental. Continue to monitor their progress and make certain their knowledge does not go public. Annette will continue to be our contact throughout this affair. I deposit the amount of $10,000 to the account for your services term as per our agreement. Development of the G-Virus scheduled to replace the T-Virus is near completion. Once completed, I am certain that I will be appointed to be a member of the executive board for Umbrella. It is imperative that we proceed with extreme caution. Redfield and the remaining STAR members are still attempting to uncover information on the project. Continue to monitor their activities and block all attempts to investigate the underground research facilities. Oh, those. We have a problem. I have received information informing me that Umbrella HQ has sent spies to recover my research on the G-Virus. That's Ada Wong, you simps. There are an unknown number of agents involved. They must not be allowed to take this project away from me as it represents my entire life's work. Search the city thoroughly for any suspicious persons. Detain any such individuals by whatever means deemed necessary and contact me immediately through Annette. With these precautions, any possible threat should be eliminated. Enemy Mouse, thank you for 31 months. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're not allowed to say that on... Oh, that's right. That's stupid. That's not a bad word. I will not allow anyone to steal my work on the G-Virus, not even Umbrella. Come on, Sherry. Oh, Sherry, I was totally gonna bring you with me.
There. Stay here and wait for me, okay?
So it's interesting in the remake. You even like the weapon shop owner guy was much more of a thing, and it happened kind of. But you like went outside again, right? It seems like we're going straight to the sewers or research lab now. I don't know. Oh, technically still the police station.
Help me!
Don't help him. Oh. That's a damn shame. It's Birkin! hell are these torches?
So you've made it this far. Not bad, girl. But I'm not letting anyone leave my town. Everyone's gonna die.
Calm down, Chief. What happened?
Shut up! You couldn't possibly understand what's happened. Those monsters from Umbrella have destroyed my beautiful town. How could they do that to me after everything I've done for them?
So it's true. You have been working with Umbrella. Then you must know about the G-Virus. What is it? Tell me!
If you must know, it's the agent that can turn humans into the ultimate bioweapons. Superior to the T-Virus in every way. Dr. William Birkin is the genius behind the project.
William Birkin.
I'm sure you've already seen his little girl running around here somewhere.
Try to watch that
Sherry,
later, Christian.
isn't it? In case you haven't already figured it out, the monster that's been tearing my precinct apart is yet another product of the G-Virus. An ultimate bioweapon.
There's so many of
Umbrella
those.
must be trying to cover its tracks. But if I have to go, I'm going to take you with me.
Shoot him!
My chest can't take
Shoot
the
him!
pain.
Jesus! Take his wallet. Nah. Whoa. What's her fucking crocodile? Bone saw. Gonna need this. Yes, I will. Well, man, I could just equip all of those? Damn. Oh, right, he's a taxidermist. Right. Not a creepy hobby at all. Oh, great, it's something new. So for fuck's sake, thank you. These fucking things off me. Alright, fuck you. I was worried. I hope I didn't waste those, but I think it was the right thing to do. Didn't take any damage at least. Alright, we're in sewers, everybody. We did it. Oh. Right. Sherry! I remember her. For sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. We wouldn't leave her behind. That'd be silly. Honestly, she seemed a lot safer there. Are you dead, Mon? Yep, dead. right, Sherry, you want to see a corpse? I kind of like what they did with the Chief in the remake. I know like some people find annoying, but you know, it really does make him super creepy when you're running away from him as Sherry. I love the remake.
Claire, you came back.
I can't believe the man who developed the G-Virus is actually her father.
Yeah, that's an eternal thought. Did I say that out loud?
Claire? It's nothing. But I think I found a way out of here. We should be able to find someplace safe if we can just make it out of town.
But
Don't worry, I'll protect you. I promise. But you have to make sure you don't leave my side. Leon, are you still there? We're leaving.
We're going to the sewer for no reason.
Streets are still crawling with zombies.
It'll be all right, trust me. We found a way to the sewer. Follow us later.
Claire! Claire! Wait, wait!
Should we keep talking? It seems like you wanted to keep talking, Claire. What's that? Let him finish that thought. Maybe we shouldn't go in the sewer. Mr. X only shows up in the B route in the original, which is interesting. Which, you know, that's neat. I also like in the remake how they kind of just make it, he shows up much earlier in the B route. That's cool, too. I also think he's not really a pursuer enemy in this game as much, as my understanding. They definitely expanded his role in the remake. It's funny because, like, after the remakes came out, Mr. X is suddenly more iconic than Nemesis was. The hat helps. Alright, I got Sherry with me now, game.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Yeah, you go first. It's Dad.
Claire?
Run!
Hey, Joe Grasser, thanks for following. Appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Okay, we don't have to babysit you.
Sherry?
Oh.
Where are you?
Oh, never mind.
Sherry!
I'm the Sherry.
Claire! I'm here!
Okay, you have not let me save in a while. Ah! Run! Should I just gone up the ladder the first time? It's blocked off. It's blocked off. It's fine. Just go. Yeah. What are we trying to do here? There we go. Assuming shit, I can go through these. No, great. Creepy. Get off of her. Get off of me. Jesus.
Claire? Oh. Oh.
Alright, is that enough of that? Uh-oh. Good music cue. Dan in Tokyo, thank you so much for 4 months. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go on an adventure. Oh, fuck. Are these blue herbs? Granted, I never had to use them in Zero. I'm not feeling that optimistic this time around. We'll see. Hey, look, we made it. Sewage manager facts. On the first and third Wednesdays of the month, Angelica Margaret, those 2 first names, chief of our maintenance, will make use of the facilities. Be sure to reduce the moisture levels in the facility by activating the fan, as the equipment you will be using is susceptible to the effects of water vapors. On the 28th of every month, chemical transporter Don Weller will use the facility. Chemicals he will be transporting are extremely volatile. Extreme caution should be observed throughout their transport. On the 6th and 16th of every month, Police Chief Brian Irons will visit the facility to attend the regular meetings that take place in the lab. On the 4th Friday of every other month, William Birkin will use the facility to conduct a training seminar for the Chicago branch of Umbrella. Oh, so Chicago's... Alright. So... freaking Raccoon City isn't Chicago because Chicago still exists. As the probability of attack upon Dr. Birkin will be high, take every measure conceivable to guard his life. You will be informed of all other potential visitors and times they will arrive as needed. Guide these individuals to their destination safely. You seek nothing but the best from you, Charles Coleman. Best game with Mega in the title that isn't Mega Man. Highlights. Sure, I'm gonna even come up with some. There's gotta be plenty. Yes, I will. Let me think. Oh. That helps. Mega Turrican. I never really played much of the Turrican games, to be honest. Sonic Mega Collection. Mega Bonk. Guess we'll keep 1 blue herb with us for now. That should be fine. I assume they'll have some new ink ribbons by this thing. Yep. Yes, it will. Shin Megami Tensei, kind of. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Like some bigger Mega games. This is not the remake. This is the OG PlayStation game. Fighters Mega Mix. There we go. Does that count? Because I like me my Fighters Mega Mix. So does this thing work? Alright, we definitely want to go in the warehouse first, but I want to see if this works. WarioWare Mega Micro Games. Interesting. There you go. Where's this take me? Right. Right, let's go through that warehouse first. That seems to be a Claire-only route. Wee. Oh, hey. I don't think there's any reason to go in that door. That's just where she fell. Where's that zombie? There you are. Oh, but I probably can't fit through that. Damn it. Alright, come this way. There we go. I'm starting to wonder what the point of her being down here is. Guess we'll see what over here after all. I don't know. Weird. Doesn't seem to be any reason for me to be down here, so I'm missing path. Or an item. Are there any games set in Cleveland? A few go to Pittsburgh. Fallout 3 has Pittsburgh DLC, and The Last of Us to go to Pittsburgh. I haven't had to fight anything in a moment. Is this a backup sewer map? Because I already have one. Oh, never mind. That's much bigger, huh? A lot of sewer. What's at the other end of this hallway? I bet this thing's not working yet. Yeah, nothing down here. Pot in Cleveland, sure. We were talking about Haunted Cleveland one time, and I got Nikki really excited about it. I loved that for them. Yay. I know that there's gonna be alligators eventually. And like plant things. I remember the enemies being pretty difficult in the remake at this part. Remember you... Okay, is that a liquor down there? Oh, for fuck's sake. Get the fuck out. Let's run. Let's see what's gonna poison me now. What is it? Okay. Yes, I will. Will they ever make a Drew Carey Show game? I feel like the cultural impact of Drew Carey Show is sadly at an all-time low. I feel like you can kind of just run past spiders a lot of the times. Too dark to see what's inside. I mean, I used to watch the show a lot when it was on the air. I have not seen Drew Carey show much since then. Get away from me, you fucking spiders. I hate you. Yeah, turn that water off. They can just run away from them. It's fine. Oh, it wasn't on streaming for a while. I was wondering about that. Oh, I see. They just put some there. Ah!
Who are you?
You look like Sherry.
I see. Another spy sent by Umbrella, right? Let me guess. You're here to steal my husband's G-Virus, aren't you?
I just want to go home.
Tenacious, I'll give you that.
Husband? Then you must be Annette. Sherry's mother?
What?
Sherry's wandering around alone in the sewers. You have to help me find her.
That's impossible. I told her to go to the police station. What's she doing here? William will be after her.
William?
That's right. The creature that's been causing all this destruction is none other than my own husband.
Hey, 50 Cal Brown. Thanks for subscribing Prime. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Ooh, CG cutscene.
This way.
Thank you again, 50.
It's sheer perfection. My precious G-Virus. No one will ever take you away from me.
We're here to take it away from you.
There he is.
So you finally come.
Doctor, we're here to collect the G-Virus sample.
Sorry, but I won't just hand over my life's work.
Stop it. You might hit the sample. That's it, all right. Okay, let's move out.
Well, that went well.
William. Oh my. Hold on, darling. I'm taking care of that bullet wound first.
That
Stay here.
singular bullet wound? Yeah.
Alpha team, have you retrieved the sample yet?
Affirmative. You'll be at the rendezvous point in 1 minute.
Roger.
Are you telling me that he injected the G-Virus into his own body?
The G-Virus has the ability to revitalize cellular functions.
What was that? Something's wrong. Let's check it out. Over there.
Thank you, Joe Grasser.
Eat this, you freak! The guns aren't stopping it! What is this thing? Hurry!
Num nums.
What is this thing? Fire! Fire! You son of a...
That's how you get a Master Splinter.
So those rats were the carriers of the virus?
As a result of his virus-induced transmutation, William should have lost any prior memories he had as a human by now. I tried to save him, but I'm afraid it's already too late.
But
And that's not even the entire story. Every G-Virus bioweapon, including William, has the ability to implant embryos into other life forms. That's why he's after Sherry.
what are you trying to say?
The bodies of individuals with non-related genetic coding are likely to reject the embryo. But since Sherry is his daughter, that possibility is non-existent. It's an inherent survival instinct.
What are you trying to say?
How did you?
Game. Game. Ruh-roh. Uh-oh. Welcome to Real Hardware. Oh, boy. Thank you again, Joe Grasser, for subscribing to Prime, by the way. Do appreciate it. Oh. Yep. Come on out. I didn't think was anything wrong with this disc. It looks pretty good to me. Maybe a little dusty. Maybe just get the fiber cloth on it. Will be good. Her head just moved? What? You guys are going crazy. You guys are insane. This looks fine, honestly. This actually looks pretty good. I don't think putting this disc back in like this is going to do anything. We're going to reset the game.
It's Sherry. You go that way.
Never mind. That can work? I can't believe I didn't reset the console. Okay. Wow. I'm shocked. All right, we're fine. Just pack where we left off. Let's go. I think I'm going to save our new slot just in case next time we save, but all right. All right, Sherry. Again, the disc was fine. A little weird hiccup. So where are we going? Is that left door? Oh, I can't do that. Oh. Yeah, that's how you design your sewage systems. That's smart. Where did they run off to? Maybe this ladder's just magically working now, that's my guess. No. Maybe that elevator's here now. No. Did I miss a clue about where to go? I was still kind of reeling from the whole the thing was broken, then it wasn't. Was that door not locked over there? Southwest? That crazy? Where did she go? Like she ran off 'cause she heard Sherry, but what? She ran off the way I came. I was like, I'll follow you. I could go down that ladder again, but there's nothing over there. I'm actually asking for help. Or just tell me, did I miss something? Or am I supposed, I don't know. I guess it's fine. I guess I should just figure it out. I don't know. I feel like I missed something. It seemed weird to me. Just get the jewel to put in the statue. Yeah, right. I must have missed something. We're in that room where I was talking to her. Gotta run through the fucking spiders again. I mean, I saw the thing with the symbols. Sherry has one of those. I don't know. Maybe I was supposed to grab something in that room. Maybe there's probably something in that room that would have turned off the water, to be honest. Alright, let's do the spider gauntlet again. Which way? I think I'm turning right. But, nope, I am turning right. Yes, then left. Again, the spiders aren't too bad to just dodge. Better RE biome, sewers, lab. I'd take lab over the sewers, honestly. I didn't even read this properly. I was just so freaked out about everything that happened. I just kind of smashed through this. I need the fucking valve in that room I was just at. Oh my god. I mean, I think the best Resident Evil biomes are like creepy residences. Tied maybe with like just like facilities like the police station or the clinic. Then you have villages under that. It's funny how if I was to say a village in Resident Evil, you're still gonna think of Resident Evil 4 before you think of Resident Evil Village. But it's literally called Resident Evil, isn't it? Then I'll take the labs and I'll take the sewers. Like, army training facility is also not great. Alright. You know, we've been wondering why we still had this handle in our inventory, and here's its time to shine. Then hopefully get thrown out. I'm glad I got this inventory expansion, I'll tell you that. Why do I even have this? Like, the game freaking put those blue orbs there. I don't think I'm ever gonna need it. Gotta be honest. I can afford to carry the fire rounds around. I'd almost like to see a Resident Evil game that didn't do the whole... Alright, well, enough of that first best location. Now some new places. Like, what if just all Spencer Mansion or all RPD or something like that, you know? Like, why not? Whoa, that spider's got legs. I mean, obviously it's a spider, but you know, fast legs. People would complain it gets stale. And if they don't, then they complain that they don't like the other areas as much. Yeah, the people are always going to complain. Is there Bender's Eagle Set Airport? No, that'd be good. I still have this fucking thing? Jesus. Probably so I could do it again over here. Alright. All sorts of good. Oh, you've even put a typewriter here. By the way, putting a typewriter and not giving me at least one ink ribbon right away, that's evil. In a place with no storage boxes, like, come on. I'm worried how long it's been since I've really had to shoot something. I guess I ran past spiders. Where are we? Oh boy. That's loud. Oh, our luck's gonna run out soon. What the hell is this about? Oh, that won't happen. There won't be any emergencies down here.
Sherry!
Oh, god damn it. I don't know if I shoot or run. Oh, that seems promising. Eat that. Eat that. Yeah, yeah. Got him. Could have been harder, actually. That felt good. I have a fear of alligators and crocodiles. If you didn't know that, that was actually pretty satisfying. Blowing off the top of it. All right, good. Good. Right, let's just combine these now because we need to make some room. Oh, for fight. Okay, good. Dumping. We should use that transition there for the dump truck. Of that big thing says dumping, lifting up. That was an item. Alright, now we can finally get those handgun bullets that fell down with her. Oh, don't forget this. Oh, yes, I mean, Sherry, are you okay?
Come on, wake up, Sherry.
Yeah, wasn't the father already here? Yeah, she's been infected. You ever eaten gator? No. It's been...
Don't worry. You'll be fine. Come on. Let's go.
The only restaurant I can remember being at that offered it, you're correct, it was Disney World. It was in Arcousie's at Grand Floridian, and I did not want to try it. Come on, I know that I saw those handgun bullets fall down with her. Oh, come on, but I want them. But I want the ink ribbons game. I'm not a big fan of more exotic meats. It's already fully loaded. Damn it. Okay, I mean, I guess at some point we can come back down here and grab those. Yeah, I mean, everyone says it just tastes like chicken, which I'm like, well, like, I'll just have the chicken then, which is a very common refrain to that, I know. Alright, I see what's happening here. Again, I would really like to grab one of those ink cartridges so I could save at that typewriter. I think I've tried venison. Didn't really like it. I've tried... Like, bison's fine, but it's like, why am I not just eating meat? Or beef, I mean. There's really nothing here I can get rid of. Unfortunately, gonna have to just go for it a little bit longer here. I'm not even a big lamb guy. I've tried lamb plenty of times, and it's fine, but I don't love it. Oh, you know what? Maybe once I use the valve this time, it'll go away forever. Probably not. I'm probably gonna have to keep swapping this bridge back and forth forever. I just, you know, beef, pork, chicken, it's just pretty hard to beat those. And I get it. I have been sort of trained by my society to think this way, but yet, here we are. Am I still a blood guy? You mean the shooter? Yeah, still in my inventory. God, I would love to save. I shouldn't have picked those green herbs up. I shouldn't have brought the fire rounds with me. Yeah, I like all forms of pork. I like the bacon. I like the just regular pork. Like, well, I like ham okay. Duck is okay. Yeah, that's another one. I've had duck a few times, and I'm always like, where's Sherry? Come on. I'm always like, it's fine. You know what I would like more than duck is probably chicken. I would probably never eat snake. No, obviously seafood's a whole different thing. Briefly? Why only briefly? Oh, is Sherry gonna send me by myself later? Okay. Or maybe that's more of an Ada Leon thing, I don't know. I don't even have fucking room for this thing. It's been a while, but I saw Don today and we talked after completing our work. He told me he had been sick in bed until yesterday. It really doesn't come as much of a surprise given how long he's been working here. He was sweating like a horse and kept scratching his body while we were talking. I asked if he was hot, but he just looked at me funny. What's wrong with him anyway? Chief Irons has been visiting the lab quite often lately. I don't know what he's doing over there, but he always looks grim. The expression on his face has been even more unsettling than usual. I guess that's because of Dr. Birkin's impossible request. The chief has my sympathies, though. Don't do that. After all he's done for the town, he doesn't deserve this. Oh, he deserves it. I rarely drink because I'm on the graveyard shift, but I don't suppose I have much to complain about since this is how I make my living. Okay, interesting little diary thing there. Chief Irons came in late today, looking grimmer than his usual self. I tried to joke with him to cheer him up, but he wasn't amused. He pulled his gun and threatened to shoot me. What? I was able to calm him down, but that guy must have some serious problems. He knows he can't enter the lab without my help and my medal. This is what it means for the chief to serve and protect? William informed me that the police and media have begun their investigation on Umbrella's affairs. Said that the investigation will be citywide and that there will be a possibility they'll even search through the sewers. He asked me to suspend all Umbrella sewer facility operations until the investigation has concluded. Sewer will still be used for passage, but he stressed that I have to be extremely cautious and that I'd lose my job if anyone finds out about this operation. Sherry, can you grab this? Can you hold on to that? No? Alright. Fuck it. The mixed herb is a luxury we can no longer afford, apparently. Yep. We have plenty of other herbs. I mean, I'm sure it's topping my health off a little bit. What do you think the best job title is? I'm gonna say Maestro. Maestro's pretty good. Maestro's pretty good. I don't know if I can beat Maestro. Alright, Sherry, if I try to use this ladder, will you push the button for me? Yeah, I'm gonna go back to saying that's probably a Leon Ada thing. Big Boss, the title of Big Boss. Commodore's good. Conductor, ooh, Conductor. Conductor's pretty good. Any Bone Marrow fans? I like a little bit of Bone Marrow. I do find it a little weird sometimes. Not like the fact that's Bone Marrow, but it's kind of Jello-like texture. Consistency, I suppose, a little weird. Like, I'd rather just, like, put it into a sauce or something, or even cook, like, something in it than use it as a spread like so many people do. I still can't pick up those fucking ink ribbons. Oh, God, Sherry. Come on, let's go. Stop staring at garbage. Oh, come on, Sherry. Right here, let's go. Here, I'm going to tap the run button every once in a while. Firestarter1, thank you for following. Hope you're having a good evening. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Firestar, thank you for subscribing to Prime. Thank you, Firestar. I hope you're having an excellent weekend now that you gave me money. Appreciate it. Thank you, Firestarter. I appreciate the kind words. That box over there. Oh, that's the herbs that I'm not using. Oh yeah, Sherry, alright. Now, I know you love to stop running with me, but there's going to be a lot of scary spiders coming up here. Although, we're probably going to be able to... Yeah, the thing for this is right here. Yeah, here we go. Where was that thing, actually? No, it's not quite there, huh? Keep going, Sherry. Come on. Yeah, where was that thing? that I could put the things into. Is it connected to the ladder? For fuck's sake. Run. Where? Sherry, do you remember where that thing was? I changed my mind, Sherry. We're not going down this way. Oh boy. I should use... You know what? If I use some of these, I'll be able to... Can't see anything. Can't see anything. Damn it. Damn it. It's going really poorly. Are you dead? Oh, okay. He seems dead, actually. No! God damn, why do I think you're dead? Sherry, I need your help! Oh, actually, no, stay where you were. Oh, stop. Yeah, stay behind me. Good enough. Alright, Sherry. We still have a problem of me not remembering where these fucking things go. I think it was somewhere near where I talked to your mom. Which we all remember was... No, was it even that? No, may as well go to the save room. Oh, by the way, I met your mom. She's not nice. Let's make a new save here, because I'm still concerned. This is the first time we saved since the game kind of crashed, but didn't. What did I say? What, about her mom being not good, nice? Is that it? Okay, I'm sorry I went that hard. Man, I have completely lost track of where that one panel was. And we'll find it. Fortunately, I think I might still need this handle. Oh, you finished up main story Pragma already. Nice, nice, nice. I was literally standing right next to it earlier when I asked where it is. Great. I am so smart. I could go back for that ink ribbon now, but I don't want to while Sherry's following me around. Don't worry, Sherry. I've killed all these zombies. It was not an efficient use of ammo. If you weren't here, I would have just ran past them. But that's okay. Alright, here come the spiders again. Remember, whatever you do, don't just stop. Don't think it's there. Yeah, Resident Evil 4 on Wii was great. That was actually the version I beat. It's not connected to that thing, boy. Did I pass it again? Alright. Well, look, at this point, we are gonna go get those ink ribbons now, because we're right here, so... Look. I'm just intentionally grabbing the ink ribbons, everybody. It's okay. It's fine. Is it just by that waterfall? Am I just missing it right there? Gotta just be by the waterfall, huh? Yeah, I want to play some of the other Capcom 5 games. Killer 7. I want to play Piano 3. Screw it. When she fell down, there was freaking ammo with her. I also need to play Beautiful Joe 2 sometime. Okay. Yeah, I've always heard mixed opinions. I think I'll like Piano 3. Sewer doesn't seem as extensive as it is in 2, at least. Like, I feel like we're kind of already almost done with it. Hey, Team Kayla, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. I heard you were also playing a PlayStation 1 game. This is the original Resident Evil 2. Have you played this one? You just hate the remake. Yeah, I know you were playing Parappa. I hope you had a good stream. Kayla thinks Resident Evil 2 is the worst and says you're thinking, yeah, I thought it was the remake specifically. See, look at this. This is OG. OG 2 is better than the remake. Well, I don't know if I agree with that. I gotta be honest. But look, it's not the one you hate as much. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you, everybody. All of my peeps, make sure you are following Team Kayla and checking out her streams. Always a fun time. I know you completed your punishment of Crash Bandicoot 4. We might have to do another contest sometime. You beat Parappa's hard. I like Parappa. I don't know if I actually beat the original. I beat the sequel. I beat Parappa 2 somehow. Oh, it's right here. I never played Unjammer Lammy either. Oops. Alright. Good stuff is happening for us. Kiddo. Oh, watch out for the spider. Yeah, Parappa on emulator would be rough. Luckily, I've got my PlayStation. Oh, what's going on here? I'm concerned we're going to be fighting Mr. Birkin soon or something. I don't know. Maybe not. I guess he's got to be the final boss of Route A. If there's no Mr. X. Oh. We're already done with, sewer. Look at us go. Anything over here? We're going on the Skytram. I don't know what's called Skytram. We're underground. Thank you for the bit, Trojan Horse. Thank you. I will gladly take your bit. Appreciate it. Interesting, there have been so many more boss fights in the remake at this point. Like, you fight Birkin much earlier, flare gun. I think even, like, you have some Mr. X fights, you do that kind of thing by the tram. I think I'm in the last major section of my Claire playthrough. I think I'm about to enter the underground facility. I think I just finished the sewer. Maybe a third left, if that. Then I have to play through as Leon. But I did Claire first this time. Yeah, God. Back up. Got one more. Does it? You're easier. This guy's coming to life. Watch this. No? Must be for later. They got nothing on you? Alright. No, God. Now's really not the time for that shenanigans, Sherry. You really need to stick with me. If you don't know where I am, assume it's down the hallway we were traveling together. And keep walking. Okay. I know there's zombies gonna come down here, so let's just wait a moment. Pandoish with the raid 2. How about that? Thank you, Pandoish. Playing Resident Evil 2. The original for the PlayStation. Actually, I think I saw you were playing a Resident Evil, but I couldn't tell which one. Well, which one were you up to? Everybody, make sure you're following Pando, please. Pando's great. Plays lots of RPGs, lots of good stuff. You were playing 9. So just a bit more modern than mine. And if I didn't have to worry about the kid, I would just run past this guy, but... I'm going through this handgun ammo all of a sudden. I mean, the zombies are the thing to use these for. Yeah, get back up. There you go. I think I still hear some more. God. God, there's a lot of zombies all of a sudden. Alright, he's dead. Okay. Yep, really going through the handgun ammo now. Alright, is there something down here? There's gonna be another zombie. Hope you're enjoying Resident Evil 9. I liked it quite a bit. Honestly, healing items are not my problem. It's the freaking... the ammo I'm concerned about. I can't believe I don't have a shotgun. I just think she doesn't get one. Either that or I somehow missed it, but I doubt it. Maybe she gets the grenade launcher and Leon gets the shotgun, or maybe I get this fucking bolt thing instead, which doesn't seem like a good trade to me. Music's nice. The music's been great in this game. I actually am surprised just how good the music is. This might be the best Resident Evil soundtrack. Here we go. Nice. What else? Anything else over here? I see the... oh my goodness. There's lots of goodies. See, it's first aid. Hey! Hey, I recognize this room from Resident Evil 0. I remember this. This hatch was closed in 0. Neat. Yeah, I mean, I have tons of green herbs. I take the fire rounds out with me. It's amazing how many slots you have. Yes, I will. Yeah, we're doing pretty good here. So, Panda, if you're still here, did you beat Shiny? Oh, not Shiny. You beat Shiny. Did you beat Wild Arms then? Just take a little Resident Evil break. Oh, yep. Good amount of ink ribbons. That's nice. I like this kind of like just 360ing. We went God's music's sweet. You spin clear right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, round, round, go around. I am going to run to the restroom real quick, everybody. I'll be right back. What is all this Apple talk? Cut that out. Right. Little Dogfish had 30-minute IPA, which I like quite a bit. There's 60 under 90. Definitely more well known. I can't do the really hard IPAs as much anymore. It's kind of rough on my stomach. 30-minute though, that's very nice. Okay, I do hope I'm not escorting this child for the rest of the game. Let's see. Oh. This is the map. This factory might even be in between this and the actual underground lab. What the hell is this thing? Did you ever play Cruelty Squad? I don't know much about it. Oh, is that the key's just right here? Well, that was easy. I love the sound of the little footsteps on the metal grates. Yeah, I don't know what Cruelty Squad is or what kind of game it is. Yeah, I need to play the older DMCs at some point. Then maybe I'll think they're okay too and people get mad at me. Yes, I will. It's the air horn. That was easy.
My stomach hurts.
Yeah, it's not good, kid.
Hang in there, Sherry. Your forehead's burning up. I've got to hurry before the embryos pupate.
We gotta make sure she stays here for the rest of the game. Oh, what the? Uh-oh. Why don't we equip this bad boy just in case? Whoa. Uh-oh. Hey, stop that. Still pretty cool, huh? Well, I guess we're fighting. Give me a little space. I wish I had some more healing items. Shit. Oh, I'm fucking dead. Okay. Oh, let's prepare for that a bit better. Jeez. Okay. That's all right. Except for the unskippable cutscenes. Unskippable. At least we got to say it right before. It's fine. Just go ahead and let me know. What grenades does this guy like the least, or does it not matter? Just ask you something I would have looked up myself anyways. Probably enough. Acid, apparently. I do kind of want those for the liquors, but that's okay. We'll get more, maybe. Sherry. Sherry, please. Alright, you're coming. Might fire a couple acid rounds and switch to fire. I don't know. Gerald, Betty, please. The horn gets me every time. Yeah, it's late. I'm trying to see if I can maybe push through to beating Claire's tonight. Go pretty awake. Then if I stream tomorrow, which I should be able to, then I can start Leon. I can skip that cutscene.
Claire, my stomach hurts.
Hang in there, Sherry. Your forehead's burning up. I've got to hurry before the embryos pupate.
I hate when my embryos pupate. I'm like, should I just start running right away? I mean, he's immediately in melee range of me, and that seems bad. There you go, this is good. Maybe I should be moving a bit more than not at all, but we're okay. I'm gonna call that good enough. Got anything for me? Oh, he's totally dead forever. Wish I had more acid rounds, that's okay. Only had to use one of the healing items and we're still in green.
Sherry.
Hey, where's the corpse of your father? I left it right here. Yeah, it's always funny when people find out what one of those Six Flags for Six Flags is.
Claire?
Oh, you're still alive.
You're finally awake.
So many
Isn't
posters
this...
That's okay.
of
You
women.
keep it. I'm sure it'll keep you safe.
Thank you, Claire.
That Lita?
Even though I'm an only child, neither of my parents ever spent much time with me because of their work. I grew up alone. But now that you're with me, I finally have someone to rely upon.
Don't get that close, kid. You're being a little clingy right now.
Sherry.
I just realized I should give her
Rest
jacket
here
to
for a
her.
bit. I'll be right back.
Well, what did all this
As soon
battle?
as I found the antidote for you.
When did all this battle damage happen? I guess after that fight. Did people really used to just put this many pinups of women up in their workplace in the 90s? I guess I know the answer to that. Flame round. There's some acid rounds. Okay, more ink. We're definitely good on ink ribbons. Need that. I feel like the whole pinup thing is less of a thing in general. I wonder if even like college kids in dorm rooms have pinups that much anymore. Even when I was in college, I don't know, that wasn't that much of a thing anymore. Like all the dorm rooms I was in had movie posters. I had a giant Batman Begins poster in my room. I thought it was sweet. Right, we have the internet now. Why do we fall? Batman Begin. Should I have a bit more handgun ammo? There's more posters of your peers. I mean, the usual suspects. Fight Club was always popular. Shawshank Redemption was pretty popular, actually. Natural Born Killers. I feel like I had a second one. I had Batman Begins. My other one was probably Back to the Future. Maybe it was Bill and Ted. I had Bill and Ted in my room at home. I had a Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. The freezer. Oh, we can go in. Piece of stuff still works in here. there's all sorts of items. Yes, I would definitely take the fuse case. First aid spray. And the game's relatively generous with healing items. That's not the issue. I do have a fuse case. It was right there. Oh. I remember. This was a cool puzzle in the remake. This stuff. I remember now. The vibe of this underground lair is very different in the remake. It's a bit more modern-ish. White, pristine. Different flavors. Both neat. Surprisingly simple. Okay. No, I will not proceed. Gonna need some hands. And/or Angela. Birkin's hand, maybe. I don't think I've turned power on over here, apparently. Oh, yes, I have. Oh, for fuck's sake. What the hell are... Oh, they're right, the plants. Well, I bet flame rounds are good against you. If I could see you. Fuck me, get away from me, that shit. There you go, Jesus. I was about to say, I better not be poisoned. I think I should see what's on the other side first. There's some green herbs by that guy. I'm not too worried about them. Probably just run past at least that one green guy. We'll see. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Where'd you guys come from? Been quiet on the AJ Starfield front. Yeah, I don't know if he's been playing the DLC. I'm not sure. User registration. Temporary user registration for the culture experiment room. Guest. Password none. What? Valid for 24 hours. What kind of password is that? Oh, great. What is this room? The instance of an uncontainable biohazard breakout, also countermeasures will be directed toward the underground transport facility. In the instances any environment is detected among cargo in transit. Blah, 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 blah. Must be something useful here. Maybe in these lockers, please. Yeah, sure. My favorite weapon. Let's just use some of this against the plants for a moment. I guess the big thing here is this never-ending supply of blue herbs, which I hope I never need. I mean, maybe I should fucking burn this thing. I'm afraid to waste my fire ammo. I guess I could try one shot. That seems like a good thing to do. Hey, Trojan Horse, thanks for subscribing at Tier 1. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a great weekend. Appreciate it. Maybe this door's open now. No, but still, I bet we're gonna be happy we did that later. Yes, I will. I remember this part in the remake. It was pretty difficult. For all these green guys. What am I hearing? Jesus Christ. Kinda wish I didn't use 2 of those. Okay, how many of you assholes are there? How much health do you have, sir? I think I can take one more hit. Like super liquors or something. Let's just use it. Sure have given me a lot of herbs all of a sudden. I wonder why. It's weird how, you know, there aren't very many yellow herbs in this game. They're kind of, can you just be expecting you to combine more green herbs together? Oh, I don't have one of those. Looks like a normal one. No, it's not. Alright, good enough. that was a platform. What is this room? That looks important. Yes. Okay. Making proggies. Oh, look at that. Nice. Yeah, I have plenty of healing. Still just want to keep the one healing item out with me because I have a lot of stuff being used up for ammo. We need to save. We're basically at... We can save every time we see one of these things at this point. We have more than enough. What is going on in that room? Could be locked. I don't like all these eggs. It's a bad sign. Hey, I just said you never see any of these. Well, there's one. What is this room? God, everything needs a key. Oh, what's that? Okay, where's this going? Boy, it sure feels like I'm about to fight something. Not you, though. Okay, you, yes. I shot at your feet by accident. Yes, fuck you. Okay. Just a lot of zombies in one room. We can kind of navigate them. Thank you so much, Humgonf, for following. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Oh, these zombies are kind of booking it a little. Alright, base vaccine, huh? We don't have one of those yet. Oh, my bad. I will take the lab key card. Didn't notice I can go around like that before. Where's this guy at? Oh. Is that for this? Oh, that's for a key. There's been so many locked doors, I'm not even sure which one this is for.
Annette!
You killed William. I'll never forgive you.
He's a monster!
Wait!
I've just prepared a sample of the G-Virus. And this time, no one will take it from me. This is the most significant piece of research my husband has ever left in my hands.
Didn't you just tell me that your husband's gonna kill your
Stop
daughter?
it. Sherry's in serious trouble. William implanted her with his embryos. There's no telling when they'll pupate. And if that happens, then Sherry won't.
What? William.
Oh, thank God he's alive.
William, you're alive.
Who could have seen that coming? Guess we're going to the creepy egg room. There. Sometimes you gotta use the item, sometimes they just use it automatically. It's hard to tell. No, I don't like this. The fuck? Be cool? No, we ain't cool. Fucking miss. Okay, gotcha. Fuck off of me. What's that? Shoe? Alright. Not my favorite use of ammo ever, but had to be done. Didn't have the knife. I love this shit. Guest. Right? That's what it said. I should have written that shit down. Oh, now my fingerprint won't count. Okay. Look at me paying attention to things in video games. Okay, we don't have to heal right away. We're just at caution. If I take one more hit. Okay. Maybe we can go grab Annette's hand now. Oh, right. You're dying. Sorry.
William is still alive. He's getting stronger with each skin he casts off. Sherry!
Tell me what I need to know. How can I save Sherry?
I have detailed information. Everything you need to know to prepare the antidote is right here.
Go name Devil, Jesus. Let's what's the manual? The following procedures detail synthesis. The vaccine. Oh my gosh. Okay. Vaccine creation requires the base vaccine. This can be arranged by the activator VAM. First, set the empty cartridge to the VAM and activate it. After several moments, the process will be complete. In the white colored base vaccine will be set in the cartridge automatically. Then confirm the green light is on. Remove the cartridge and proceed to the next step. Once the base vaccine has been prepared, set it in the vaccine cell located in the P4 level experiment room. The machine is fully automated. Requires users to push the sequence start switch. At this point, the program will run automatically. 10 seconds. As it says, the Devil is an extremely difficult process. The quality will vary with slight shocks or change in temperature. Full hands required for the proper results. I feel like it's telling me not to go into the cold room. Yeah, I guess it's a good point.
Save my daughter. And tell her I'm sorry I wasn't a better mother. Tell her I love her. Sherry.
I assume there's some, like in Resident Evil 1, I could maybe do a bad ending. I don't know.
The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Repeat, the self-destruct sequence has been activated. This
Really?
sequence may not be aborted. All employees proceed to the emergency car at the bottom platform.
What? There's no timer. I think that's more for tension than anything else. We'll see. Where's that save room? Yes. I would desperately like to save video game. Alright. That's a luxury. These actually do one. Use that. Put that in there for now. Guess I can do save again. Okay. What do we need to... Where are we going? Am I able to access that room over there? I don't have, like... I feel like I need her hand, but that was not an option. That's the only place I haven't... Well, there's these places. I haven't been there. There's a lot of places I haven't been. Actually. I played it on Classic. I played with the ink ribbons, Resident Evil 9. Hey, look.
Leon, we made it.
Claire, is that you? Where are you?
I can see you on the monitor. But never mind that right now. Leon, you have to go back and get Sherry for me. I left her in the security office. Please, you must save her.
Wait a second. What are you gonna do? Where are you going?
I still have a few loose ends to take care of. I'm counting on you.
Yeah, I never got that. I'm gonna tell myself that's a Leon thing. Perceive moving object. Right, what the hell? Oh, right, you. Come on, come on, come on. Get to the ladder. Good night, 50. Appreciate it. Okay. Hey, can I get in there now? Shit, wrong way, wrong. Yeah, these assholes are still here. That's great. Man, I killed that guy. Maybe I could have climbed up here. Yes, I can. I don't know why I didn't try that sooner. Look at that texture warping. Oh, guys. That's how you want to play it? Damn it. Oh my god. Oh my god! Don't worry about that thing anymore. That went poorly. Why did I even come in here? I guess that's something. I'm supposed to save these for Leon? I don't even know if he gets the grenade launcher. Screw it. That wasn't, I don't know if that was super worth it. That's fine. Oh, for fuck's sake, I ran right into you. Stop that! Rude! I better not be fucking poisoned. I'm not. So far, this has gone not great. Don't even really know where I'm going. There's that room over. There's a couple rooms over here I haven't been to yet. Hopefully they have something to do with it. It was locked over here. Was it a card reader? Oh, no, I've been in there. The other side. Damn it. This Resident Evil just missed with guns a little. Okay. Yes, discard. Okay, good. Jesus. Getting a lot of these grenades. There it is. Ah! Oh, I got him. Yes, I need that. Okay, so I'm supposed to glow. Is there a button I need to push? Yeah, probably this thing. Oh, fuck, no. Is this the wrong place? Okay, 1 second. Hey, Arbitrary Wire, thank you for the raid. Hope you're all doing well. We are. There we go. Playing some Resident Evil 2. First, set the empty cartridge to the VAM and activate. After several moments, the process will be complete. The white-colored base vaccine will be set in the cartridge automatically. Then confirm the green light is on. Remove the cartridge. That's what I'm doing right now. We're winning. We're doing all right. I think I'm just waiting for this thing. That it in the vaccine machine located in the P4 level experiment room. Where's the P4 level experiment room? That was P4. Aha. Got it. It's white. I think that all the employees should proceed to the loading platform, personally. I don't know about you guys. Might be a good idea. It worked. Yeah, downstairs. Wait. No. I don't think I can go into that room yet. I need 2 fingerprints, I only have 1. I guess I should have tried it while I was here, but I didn't. The MO disc is for down here, though. That's gotta be the more important thing. Yeah, I thought that might happen. I do not have any healing on me at the moment. So I gotta pick some more of that up when I can. Might actually toast this plant guy to pick up these green herbs. We have enough of these. Let's do it. Did not equip it. Oh, I actually can't even. Oh, why do I still have the ink ribbons on me? Micah, you're a dope. Whatever. Take one of these and eat it. Take another one. At least my grenade situation's pretty good. Again, this doesn't seem to be an actual timer. Or just a drama timer. Fuck. I was looking at chat! Get off of me. Yeah, right. Yeah. I see you. You kind of come around this corner, buddy. I would kind of like to shoot away at least that. Okay. Good. I think I can get around you. No, I see. Did I go the wrong way? I'm beginning to think I should have gone. So I can go to the save room real quick, and I think it'll be okay, which I would like to do. I think I might need that girl's hand. I'm gonna see if I can grab her hand. I go this way. Let's see. I'm worried that there is a timer of some kind and I'm blowing it. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna save in a moment. You're done. Oh my god. I didn't realize I have that many of those. Fine. It's fine. Cut her hand off. I might just be wrong about needing 2 of these. I don't know. I thought I read that. Alright, screw it. Let's go to that room I missed. Unless I need a knife on me. I doubt. Yeah, the grenade situation is excellent. So we got that going for us. Climb. Yo, what's this? I'm sorry, I missed what you're explaining what this infinity vision thing is. Maybe I should just kill this fucking man. Clang, clang, clang with the bells. Zing, zing, zing with my heartstrings. From the moment I saw her, I fell. There's that room up there I never went in. Let's see what that's about, I guess. I still think I should just chop her hand off. If this doesn't work, I am gonna go back throw a fucking knife. Where am I? Well, this is making me think I am supposed to be here at least. Yeah, get closer. There you go. Where am I going? Isn't this just where Sherry is? Not anymore. Ooh, game didn't like that for a moment. Okay. Not here. The fact that there were zombies there made me feel like I'm supposed to go this way. Is there something over here? No, there's nothing over here. This is where I came from. Did Birkin drop a hand or something when I fought him and I just never noticed it? Like, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What am I missing? I'm supposed to just cut this lady's hand off, I swear to God. That elevator does nothing. I can't go into that room because I need 2 fingerprints. I can't go into this room because it's the escape. That's right, I should. Nope, it's not. I have played the remake, yeah. A couple years ago. It's really good. Didn't I kill you? I'm not gonna kill you again. Oh, I still have the ink ribbons on me for some reason. That's right, 'cause I was gonna save that one time when I didn't. Getting the knife. I already gave the computer the MO disc. It opened the door, but apparently that's where I'm going at the end of the game. Like after I do this, it's like I can't leave yet. I warn you all right now. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna be asking for help. Unless you all think that's really lame, because I don't know. I feel like I'm missing something. Maybe I'm just missing wherever Birkin is, and I'm supposed to fight him. Alright. Where am I supposed to go? Come on, Mikey, play. Alright. I asked feels lame. Let's keep looking around. I just feel like... Oh, what about this thing? Well, I never had the key. I mean, there was something here, right? But I thought I was going somewhere else. I guess that's my issue, is that I'm not actually going somewhere else. Oh. That's right. I forgot this. Okay, I got there. So I guess that other room is actually not even for me, and that I was just hung up on that other room is my issue. That's all. That's it. That is my only problem. My bad. But, look. I think this thing, you don't need to go in that room. That would have cleared it up. That's all I'm saying. That would have cleared it up. I was just stuck on a dumb thing. Now we're cooking. Okay. Well, the good news is we can stock up on everything and save here now. It's late for chat. I understand. You can understand my confusion. I mean, I guess Ada's probably registered as an employee. Is how that works. All right, get rid of that. I'm always tempted to get rid of the freaking handgun. Alright, anything else? I may as well bring this. I think I got all my grenade ammo. Yep. I'm gonna assume I will not need the lighter. I think we're almost there. I assume I'm gonna go into this room, fight Birkin, and then we're heroes. I really got spoiled with grenade ammo at the end there. Right, open that.
Minutes until detonation.
Yeah, that was for real. No. Here we go. Keep firing, asshole! Take one more hit. Actually, just use the double on this. Ow, 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 ow. That seemed painful. It's fine. Jesus. What am I doing? Just use... maybe we can take one more hit. I don't know. This music, Jesus. No Magnum, huh? That's fine. We don't need it. I have a million grenades. Get me out of here. Run. Imagine running out of time right here. Leon! Oh shit. Jesus.
Stay down.
Yeah, Leon, what have you been up to?
Sherry's unconscious.
I have the antidote. If I give it to her.
Claire, what's happening?
Not now. Come on, Sherry, wake up. Wake up. Please wake up.
Claire? Where am I?
It worked.
Oh, Sherry, you're gonna be okay.
Thanks, Claire.
Thank God we didn't shoot her vitals.
It's over.
No. I have to find my brother.
Oh, right.
You're right. This is just the beginning.
To be continued in Code Veronica.
Ah, my goddess protected you. It will always be with you.
Oh.
Claire.
Sherry.
Yeah, oh, your parents are dead. They sucked anyways. I thought, what do you mean your goddess? Oh, right. So that's a pretty sweet jacket. You sure you want to give that up? Yay! Look at that. I've technically beaten Resident Evil 2 for the first time, but we will be doing the Leon Route B next, probably starting tomorrow. Looking forward to it. That was great! How about that? Turns out Resident Evil 2 is a real good game. Nice flow to it. I actually kind of like here, it really is mostly RPD. The sewer and the lab sections did not feel as long as they do in Remake. Now, I like Remake probably a bit more just because better puzzles, combat feels a bit better, obviously. But I liked how RPD heavy this was. I've always heard people like Route B a lot. Well, you know, we're going to see Mr. X and whatnot. A good night, Bucket. I understand why this game was a giant deal. Motion actors, wow. Special thanks to Microsoft. That's why you don't even see Ada. Actually, Microsoft did not make computers. They made software. They were not very much in the hardware game at this point. Get owned. They're riding that Windows 98 high right now. Also, actually, they're not, because this is when they're doing with the all the lawsuits from the government. Hey, Shinji Mikami. Inafune was the producer on this promotion. Producer. All the stars are here. Kamiya, gosh, lots of big names there all of a sudden, huh? It's a good looking logo. God, I like Resident Evil now. Remember that time it looked like the game was gonna freeze? Boy, Claire's cool. I can't believe anybody would ever talk crap about her. 5:30? Number save 16? D? Jeez. Sorry I had to save so often. You guys gave me all those ink ribbons. I think Claire could have been... I think Claire could have had a few more rough edges in the remake. I don't know. Her personality remakes just kind of seems to be... She's nice. There it is. These get degrees. She's cool, sure. Look, I don't want to be a Claire hater. Fine. There we go. Got to put the other disc in next time. The first disc, actually. I bet it's weird because a lot of the fans seem to think Claire A, Leon B is the best way to go, and maybe even canon way. Although, like, Leon's disc 1, so I imagine most people probably did Leon A first time. We'll refrain from ranking until we do the Leon route, which is fun because, like, Resident Evil 1, you don't have to, like, you know, there's no route A, route B. It's just pick a character. So I've actually never beaten any version of Resident Evil 1 as Chris. So I'm looking forward to doing the Leon route. All right. Pretty late. Doubt anyone is on. Nocturnal Hannah's playing Grandia. We can raid her. I need to play Grandia once sometime. I played Grandia 2 on the Dreamcast. Excuse me, back in the day. I've never finished it. I would like to do that. No, we're not starting Leon now. This is a good stopping point. I was hoping to beat Claire today. I had my doubts when I was really struggling in the start of the stream there. But we really worked through it. And pretty good proggies after that. Pretty good proggies. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to the Raiders. Appreciate that. You all have a great evening. Gonna probably see you tomorrow to start Leon. And yeah, you take care. Bye-bye.